5-man version of it. And for what I'm going to say is towards the spawn side kind of thing. Again, don't worry about B main this time because your teammates will be there. But what you're going to do is just come and sit Omen, Sky, and Raze in towards mid. Okay, so for this one, your Viper, again, just doing the same setup. And again, is in towards mid. Okay, so for this one, your Viper, again, just doing the same setup. And again, really, you're as Viper here, you're just kind of checking that no one is really pushing up to you. You're alone, so don't get too aggressive most of the time. But if you feel like there is a gap or some kind of weakness, maybe you can sneak up with your setup just there. But really, your job is just to gather information of if anyone is pushing up on A. So for Omen here, very simple. You'd be like checking that just doing one is really pushing up. sky and raise into the zone, so don't get to your setup. Just moment here, very simple around. Just throw back left of the mid courtyard here, so just flash something. Now again, there is going to be different things that you want to do depending on what this flash does. So if this sky flash does not catch anyone, of course that means that you can kind of take this first space, just making sure to hold this smoke and wary of when this smoke actually goes down. You might want to refresh that if you are out here, if you are this omen when it's about to go down, right? And so you'll end up with something like this. Obviously, if this flash does catch someone, then again, you're going to have options depending on what exactly you want to do, right? The first thing you might want to do is you might want to skydog and see how many people is it, right? Are they actually pushing mid and whatnot? And again, you might want to then, you know, flash, nade, whatever off the back of that. If you are playing a very, very aggressive team, you can also potentially bring your chamber in with you, you know, and just put your chamber trap down there on B and actually have your chamber come and join this mid default in this fight. If you are playing like a team that just keeps pushing mid, for instance, and you want to win that fight out, you could also, and I think that this is often going to be a decent call as well, just pause. Right, just don't do anything. Just literally sit back here and just make sure that, you know, your omen just watches this lane down here, and just make sure that they don't push. And your raise in sky, just watch that they don't push you this way as well. And then from that, you just pause for, you know, 30, 40 seconds. And often you will find that people, you know, when a defender is in a space for a long time that maybe they feel like isn't really their space to be in, you know, they'll start to get a bit nervous after a bit of time, right? They'll feel like I shouldn't be here. I've been here too long. Or they'll just get bored and walk out into you, right? It's often going to be one of the two for a lot of defenders in your games. And so often just pausing will be often the right choice, because it will either force them to leave if they are scared, or force them into a terrible decision and come and fight you whilst you're holding if they are stupid. Now, once we've taken this first space in mid, there is still danger kind of afoot, right? There's often going to be people who are quite close on both sides, even if we have taken this first bit of the space. And so we'll often want to throw a boombot to one of the two lanes, right? You can throw it up this way if you want to, or you can throw it in here as well. Either is fine. Just sending in a boombot there to potentially, you know, push back anyone close and whatnot, just to make sure that they're not ready to, you know, just pinch on you as you're, you know, deciding what to do. You know, that can be a useful tool as well. And for chamber, your job is going to be very simple. You're going to just come and put a TP out here towards kind of mid, and you're just going to go into B main, and you're just going to take any fight if anyone gives it to you out here. You know, obviously you can TP away at any time. The first sign of danger, you can just TP out and get to safety relatively easy. But your job is basically just going to be to guard B main, and then if you don't see anything, if you don't feel anything, right, you feel like there's no one here, you can clear B main. You know that no one has crossed to there, basically. You've kind of, you know, had this information. You can then maybe even come and put a trip here in B main. And the point of this is that if this trip doesn't get broken and you know that the rest of B main is clear, then it means that if anyone did ever come into B main, they're going to have to shoot this. And so if this doesn't get shot, that means that no one is in B main, and you can even leave it if you want to, right? And just know that you've got that control, and you can even come back to mid and potentially help out with this fight if your teammates are struggling with mid. And so that is our mid default. Okay, next up is our B main default, and again, same thing for Viper over here. You're just going to be watching over towards A, the Guardian of A, and now let's talk about our chamber setup. So for chamber, you're going to come to the A side of mid and put your trip just down there in that doorway, and then you're going to come and put your TP again back here towards the spawn side kind of thing. Again, don't worry about B main this time. Decision and come and fight you whilst you're holding if they are stupid. Now, once we've taken this first space in mid, there is still danger that they don't push you this way as well. as well. And then people we want to offer 10 people, and so we'll often want to throw a boombot to one of the two lanes, right? You can throw it up this way if you want to, or you can throw it in here as well. Either is fine, just sending in a boombot there. Fight. So now let's talk about our execs. You know, this trip over here towards B if you want, but this is the 5-man version of it. And for what I'm going to say is have the first part of the exec look like your A default, right? So show them exactly what you did in your A default. Probably do an A default round before you do this round, right? With the same sky flash, same raise boombot in here as well. But this time we're just going with the full 5 people. Obviously, if they are there and wanting to fight, you've got 5 people here, so just fight them and you should be able to win, or at least go even, and then, you know, probably get the site. You know, if not, then we're going to carry on as we are. So this is phase 1. It looks the exact same as our default, just with this chamber trap down here. For phase 2, we're going to start adding in the Omen smokes, of course, and we're going to Skydog down elbow with our Raze and Viper following it, but then the Omen will also follow as well. And our chamber here is just going to be watching to make sure, again, that once this boombot starts to fade, that no one does start to get aggressive the other way. Then as we move into the third phase, this dog should be coming all the way down here, and of course, get on here as we are. So this is phase 1. It looks the exact same as our default, just with this chamber trap down here. For phase 2, we're going to start adding in the Omen smokes, of course, and we're going to Skydog down elbow with our Raise and Viper following it, but then the Omen will also follow as well. And our chamber here is just going to be watching to make sure, again, that once this Boombot starts back here, right, then again, hopefully you've got the tools with the Raise nade and whatever to, you know, just destroy them or Omen flash. Again, and of course, again, if this dog does see anyone, like in this corner or even back here, right, then again, hopefully you've got the tools with the Raise nade and whatever to, you know, just destroy them or Omen flash, snake bites, right, whatever it is, hopefully you can just destroy them at that part, and your dog should be coming all the way down here. Then in phase 4, our Raise and Viper are now pushed up and kind of ready to actually enter on into the site. Our chamber and Sky are coming across this way instead, and have Sky flashed through the Viper wall, which might have gone down by this point. We're Oma flashing across the site so that when these guys come in and when this chamber swings this corner as well, you know, hopefully we are in a spot to kill and absolutely obliterate anyone here on the site. We can then go and clear the site, you know, behind this box and just, you know, take the site from there. So let's just quickly show what that's going to look like for each of these agents. The first thing for Sky here is you're just going to Sky Flash out this way towards elbow like you would in the default. You're then going to come up and dog out towards elbow here, right? So checking that close corner just there. And obviously if you see anyone along the way, call it out, stun them, whatever. Also, if the Boombots find someone here, you might even just Sky Dog them instead, right? And just get this kill. Then your next phase is going to be to flash around this corner with the chamber, and you're going to come around, and then, you know, your next finds there. And obviously then going to come up and dog Sky. Quickly show what that's going to look like for each of these agents. The first thing for Sky here is you're just going to Sky Flash out this way towards elbow like you would in the default. You're then going to come up and dog out towards elbow here, right? So checking that close corner just there. And obviously if you see anyone along the way, call it out, stun them, whatever. Also, if the Boombots find someone here, you might even just Sky Dog them instead, right? And just get this kill. Then your next phase is going to be to flash around this corner with the chamber, and you're going to come around, and then, you know, you're going to deal with anyone in here, and if there is no one in there, then you're going to deal with and pinch on anyone there as well. For Viper, your job is quite easy. You're just going to put up your Viper stuff, right? Start walking up, you know, Sky Flash, whatever. We're ready for phase 2. You're going to drop the orb. You're going to come down here, follow the Sky Dog. You're going to be running up, and your job is just very simple to come up here and kind of clear this part of the site. For chamber, you're going to obviously put your trap here. That's the first thing to note. But again, as this kind of first phase is going on and there's going out towards elbow with the dog, you're just going to be holding this, making sure that no one is pushing that wall. Kind of need to TP away. For Raise, that flash out this way, right? Kind of this kind of first chamber, you're going to obviously kind of defending this. Going to swing with that flash. Then once that kind of dog is complete, you can put your chamber TP down here. You're going to swing with that flash out this way, right? Start, see if you can get a kill. Obviously, if at any point you need to TP away, you can. If you ever really do need to, whatever, kill them, right? If they're close in this corner, you know, nade them, whatever, blast back them, whatever, take this fight, kill them, right? I do think if you still have your nade, it could be useful to even, when you turn this corner, throw your nade just down there, right? Again, it's going to stop anyone swinging from this side. You'll then be able to, you know, come here safely, and hopefully, you know, anyone in this kind of area should be just destroyed by util, so hopefully you should be good to kill them. Finally here for Omen, you're going to wait until the Sky starts dogging, and then you're going to put up these smokes, right? So we're going to go smoke 1, smoke 2, and then we are going to start traveling up the site. Your Viper and Raise will obviously be a bit ahead of you by this point, but they should be swinging as you flash down here, right? So that's what it's going to look like for Omen, and then obviously you're just following them in and trading any Raise or whatever, or Viper on the site. Okay, and now our B exec, which again is going to start exactly the same as our B default. The only difference is where we're going to put this chamber trap by the barrier here in mid. I'm actually going to say to keep your Viper over towards A, keep this setup. That will do 2 parts. 1, it won't make it obvious that something is different, right? But 2, it also means if this goes wrong and you feel like, oh, we just cannot get in there, you then always have this option of, if your Viper has been out here towards A and, you know, check that no one is pushed up, then you could always just come back and, you know, full rotate over towards A and use this setup still over towards this A site. So that is an option, but again, we're just going to start with this this flash if the smokes, of course, and we're going to sky dog round before you do this round. Right, with the same sky flash, same raise boombot in here as well, but this time we're just going with the full 5 people. Obviously, if they are there and wanting to fight, you know, probably are. Phase 2, we're going to start adding in the omen smokes, of omen will also follow sky as well, and our chamber here is just going to be watching, then anyone destroy the arch, this can't kill, and this agent's the default there. On here, you might flash here and quite easy flash whatever. Obviously, you put in there, defend, you can be away. You're gonna boom, obviously, if whatever blastful to even from this side, you'll then be able to, you know, come here, say you should be good to kill them. Finally here for Omen, you're gonna want this down here, Viper, smoke 2, and then you're gonna put up these smokes, right? So we're gonna go smoke 1, smoke 2, and then we are going to start traveling up the site. Your Viper and Rays will obviously be a bit ahead of you by this point, but they should be swinging as you flash down here, right? So that's what it's going to look like for Omen, and then obviously you're just following them in and trading any Rays or whatever, or Viper on the site. Okay. Okay, and now our B exec, which again is going to start exactly the same as our B default. The only difference is where we're going to put this chamber trap by the barrier here in mid. I'm actually going to say to keep your Viper over towards A, keep this setup. That will do two parts. One, it won't make it obvious that something is different, right? But two, it also means if this goes wrong and you feel like, oh, we just cannot get in there, you then always have this option of if your Viper has been out here towards A and, you know, check that no one has pushed up, then you could always just come back and, you know, full rotate over towards A and use this setup still over towards this A site. So that is an option. But again, we're just going to start with this flash. If that flash catches someone, boom bot. Again, you've got 4 people here this time. So you should be, you know, willing and ready and able to fight and win this fight in B main. Phase 2 of this is just walking up in B main and getting close to getting ready to the exec, and Chamber maybe can go and put down his TP, ready to teleport back if needed. Phase 3, we're ready to go onto the site now, so we put in our smokes and we send a nade in towards this corner in this cubby on B. And phase 4 here, we're going to send in the Sky Flash towards the back side, the Omen Paranoia this way, the Chamber is scaling up, our Razor's Blast backing in, and we're going to hopefully take this site. Okay, so for Omen then, this is what it looks like. It's going to be pretty simple. Our Sky Flash, let's say, it doesn't see anyone, right? So we just continue to walk up and take this space in B main. And now we're ready to go. We're going to smoke off 1, we're going to smoke off 2, and get ready to go in. We're then going to Paranoia across this right-hand side just here and start to go in onto the site. We could also TP if we feel that it's necessary, right, across, and maybe plant the spike if we've got it. So for Sky here, it's going to be that first flash that we were doing for this default right in here, just a simple flash. And then again, if that does see someone, feel free to use the dog because you're not going to be using it for the exec. So feel free to use the dog at this point if you deem it necessary. And then the second flash is just going to be coming back towards the back pillar just here, right? So out and around the corner, send the flash in, and hopefully your raise will be killing anyone with it. And for raise, then what it's going to be is if Sky Flash goes off, we Boombot, and if Boombot sees people, you know, for instance, close in this corner or whatever, then we abort plan of using nade for sight. We just use the nade right here. You know, don't save your util for where, you know, if this is where the fight is, then use your util right here. But if they're not there, then it's going to be raise nade in towards this corner, just like this, you know, something like that, right? Hopefully clearing that out. And you might want to wait and to see if they swing from this nade as well. And then if not, then it's just going to be blast specs in onto the site, clearing this, Sky Flash round, clear all of this, and then you're onto the site. Okay, and now let's do our B split, and we're starting off with our mid default. Again, we're assuming at this point, obviously, we've taken mid and we have this space, and maybe that our chamber has even, you know, kind of cleared out B main, and we haven't maybe even seen anything like that. That's when we'd obviously kind of call this play, and we're going to start off with that. As we move forward, we're going to move into this, right? So it's going to look like a lot of bombardment here of this kind of like market area, where you've got the raise boom bot, you've got a Sky Flash, you've got an Omen Flash in here, and you're entering through the doorway. Our Viper is now on the way back, you know, to come and join if that's what we want, back over towards B main. Then as we move it forward even more, we might even send a raise nade in here as well, just to stop anyone, you know, kind of flooding down in on us as we're trying to enter onto the site. Our Chamber and Viper are ready to enter in this way as well, and then eventually we will be entering in onto the site with a blast pack across here from our raise as we're coming in onto the site as a 5. Now there is something you might notice here, and that is that there is no smoke here at the back of B, right? Why is that the case? Well, one obviously big problem you might have with this B split is as you start coming in is people flooding in behind you. And I think the timing of this with the smokes is going to be, you're going to want this smoke to kind of somewhat constantly be up and not necessarily signal that you're doing something else, right? So you might smoke this off, start with the default. It might by that point, once you've secured the space, start to go down. So you might put up a second one, right? You then start to maybe get that other smoke back, but you don't have a second one to then use elsewhere. So what I'm suggesting is smoke off into out, right? I think that this is the more important one to smoke off. I think it's going to be more difficult to deal with people here than it is back here. And the reason for that is as these guys are entering in onto the site, you know, across here. So as these guys are coming into kind of marking you're in this space, right? These guys are going to be worried about what's ahead of them and also potentially this way if this isn't smoked, right? Whereas when we get actually in onto the site itself, right, and you've come here, these guys are kind of, you know, helping you clear any front areas and what's in front of you. And then naturally the next place you're going to look is this way, right? So you're already looking this way. And yeah, maybe there will be a guy there who's going to fight you, right? But you've got hopefully enough players here, and hopefully with this blast back across as well, this race can potentially spot anyone here before they can actually kill them. And then, you know, these guys know like, oh yeah, there's someone there, you know, race swings from this way, we swing that way, we hopefully kill this guy. But if you don't want to do that, then there is the other option as well, that when this smoke fades, you save that second smoke as the Omen, and you say, okay, we're going to use these two smokes, but instead then our Viper is going to lurk back here and make sure that, you know, if someone does come across, you know, this Viper is how we're going to deal with that, right? So that's your alternative option. It's kind of up to you which way you want to run it, right? If you want the smoke back here, then put your Viper in this position, you know, kind of lurking back here. If not, if you feel like, you know, you'd rather have the smoke in mid and you'd rather have the big problem you might have with this out there is back across one, you know, when you're entering through the you this, right? So it's going to call this play a lot of bombardment here of this kind of here going, if that's what we want. And a raise nade in here as well, already stop any across here from this here. And well, both want this that there is no, we will be onto the site, our chain back with a blast back across here from our raise. Raise and send a raise nade back over towards B. Well, just as we move it forward even more, we might even send a raise nade in here as well, just to stop anyone, you know, kind of as well. And then eventually we will be entering in onto the site with a block. There is some, why is that coming in? Is people want this something else, this to kind of marking you're in this space, right? These guys are kind of, you know, help is you, right? Race can protect. But if you that's an of smoke to do that, that's the only gun. If not, it's a you know, go up, you display it. I go you in this to potentially get your chamber in that area. And then once the chamber is set up and you feel like this is safe and secure. So that is going to leave it open if you trust this trip. Close the door and come back here towards the B site. Now, whilst that is going on over towards A, you're going to have your Omen and Viper in here towards, if you are the Omen, towards mid. Viper setup, what you're going to angle all this one, mouse aimed at that will close the once it's the multiple one, that's use number one of the well and take wall here part there. Other than that, you know, you should defensive setup. Number two, we have to then wall against you in this little corner site and retake the B site. Okay, defensive setup, yeah, be good to then, you know flood in on little retake from right. Nice thrust just there. Up a second on a there, just with the you can sky flash just what you and you feel like probably you're leaving it. Now whilst that is going like this and your sky can come across out here, you know, to rotate, probably this is safe and secure here on A. Your rays and sky can then leave and start to rotate, probably you're leaving your ray somewhere like this, and your sky can come across out here, you know, back towards the B site. Now while whilst that is going to open, what you're going to have to buy this little thing. All here is very handy. This space is good to have our chamber in towards B main. We'll swing this early angle in towards B. If we have an op, this going across mid and A with the sky rays here. Again, if your chamber is set up, then your Omen potentially can even come and help this if you feel like this crossfire will put the orb up. And the wall is just going to be coming into this corner, take the decay. Okay, defensive setup number 3 here. We've got the same Viper setup we were just doing, but this time we're going for a mid-contact walk, right? So it'll probably start something like this, with your Omen just alone here on You've just got the chamber trap. Defending B, and what you're gonna do is you're just gonna silently walk up, put up this Viper wall straight away, right? And then you're just gonna walk out like this. Then once you've reached these kind of areas, right, and you're ready to push up, you have a couple options here. You can Sky Flash through this, and the Chamber and Sky can go that way, whilst you Omen Flash this and Raze and Viper come this way, or you can Sight. Okay, fourth setup is similar to the first one we saw, where we're going to get aggressive in towards B main this time with our Raze, Sky, and Chamber. So again, we're just trying to get our Chamber set up here with a Sky Flash out here. If that sees people, right, we might be going for Raze Nade. We might be going for, you know, Sky Dog. Just all to try and get the Chamber set up here. Obviously, if the Sky Flash doesn't see anyone, don't worry about it. And then the ideal, again, is for this Sky and this Raze to be able to leave the Chamber and, you know, come back to some of these positions. We have a Chamber trap here out in mid as well, and I'll talk about the Viper setup in just a second. But the idea here is to get our Chamber up on this angle, again, pushed up here over towards this A site. Your Omen will probably be going between mid and A main, just taking a look at what's going on in each of those areas. And your Viper as well, just kind of, you know, taking a little look. Definitely not playing too aggressive, though. a second, but the idea here is to get our chamber up on this angle, again, pushed up in B, and then obviously can TP away at any moment. Now for Omen and Viper, it's just going to be don't worry about it. And then the ideal again.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this episode 14 of This Valorant Life. And this episode, Adam and I are going to dive into Sunset, a map clearly from the community poll that you don't know how to.
Initiator choice, actually, you have a lot of options. They're all viable. Literally, when I say all viable, I mean every single initiator you could play on this map. And actually, I believe we've seen every single initiator played on this map so like thus far in VCT. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we have. Even Breach, where boom. So yeah, they're all pretty viable. So you could literally play whatever initiator combo you want. The important thing is that you have at least one info initiator. So like you don't really want to play, I don't know, Breach KO, for example. Sure, you get info with the KO knife, but it's a little bit harder to do it. So regardless, let's just say that you have two of these initiators. For this example, I'm just going to pick Gecko and Fade just because I think they're cool. And I'll just throw out these two. And then your duelist is typically going to be Raze on this map. Raze is very strong here. And then you're also going to have Omen normally. So this is kind of standard. We could even go as far as just to take out the Fade to make it simple. And I'm just going to put two Geckos because I think it's going to be a little bit easier to follow what a default would look like. So default here, you would have your Cypher go B main. The camera is somewhere here to spot the B main cross. A lot of people like to cross, so you have the camera here. Your Cypher slow works B main.
Can you set that camera pre-round?
Yes, you can set it up pre-round.
Okay, so there's like a little grate.
There's two windows. You could actually pick between the windows. Left or right, doesn't really matter. It's a subtle difference, but typically you
Yo, what's up guys, it's Rico here. I'm a KJ1 Trick, and here are by far the best setups, lineups, and flank util to use to first of all carry on Sunset, but also master KJ on
What's up guys, today I'll show you how to actually get better at Valorant. But I have a little question for you. What is the difference between these two swings? It's kind of obvious, right? It's the context. I was able to know where the person was on the second swing, but at the first swing I had zero clue where the person was. So basically I had information. I was aware of what the shot looked like. When you aim train, right? You kind of know what to do. You see it, you know where your targets are, therefore you know what adjustment to do. So it's way much easier, right? But in Valorant, it's rarely the case. People can be anywhere, right? But today, I'm going to show you how to become aware so that you can hit more of your shots and you can actually rank up. But before we get into the video, let's thank our sponsor of today's Exit Lag. It's quite obvious to become great in a video suggestion. And you have it's very simple. And here is where you really graphic shaper. So many plan that you would like. So now that makes us be able to hit really nice shots. And there will also be a pro player mentioned here. All right, here's the first example. It's 7-1 and they want to win a round, so they got to play safe. The only angle that's safe from flowers, but you can still get info on flowers, would be main. You can play a little pixel angle on top of the stairs on the left side. So here, from the context of the situation, we were able to deduce how they would play it and where they would play it, which makes us have really good pre-aim in this example. So in this context is we know they're trying to go A. All right, we know there's one drop and one's already set. Okay, the guy drop has made zero signs of him being there. So if he's trying to go up into drop, he's not going to fully wide swing. He's just going to walk up or he's going to slowly clear the angles. So we know exactly how he's going to swing due to the context. Nice. So the other guy now, due to the context. Nice. So the other guy now knows he knows that we know where he is, all right? And he's getting missile. So he is forced to move. And here the missiles tells us that he cannot go on the left side, right? He needs to go on the right side. And he's planning. So if he wants to avoid, he needs to run out as fast as he can. So it's going to be sort of a wide swing. Now I will as he can. So it's going to be sort of a wide swing. Now I will do the exact same thing we did in my clip to Primmy's clip. Here, they're planning the bomb. And here, they plan it and they're going double, triple. So here, Primmy didn't expect them to go double, triple. So he's going to have what we call a delayed reaction. He wasn't ready. Therefore, you see how late he shoots? Well, that's because he's not ready, right? We know he has great reaction time. So he is getting punished. But this is a good thing. Primmy's location, positioning is they know where he is. They saw him on the map. And now the Cypher's going to say he's 1 HP. So it's very obvious that they're all going to swing him. So now the person that first going to swing him is Cypher because he has the short amount of time to travel to be able to swing Primmy. And Cypher knows exactly where Primmy is. So he's not going to wide swing. He's not going to slowly peek out of the angle. He's going to swing exactly at max velocity where Primmy is. So we call that a normal swing. Now, Gecko wants to trade the Cypher after Cypher died, right? So he's going to do the exact same thing. He knows where Primmy is, so he doesn't need to wide swing. So here, he's just going to swing normally with the intent of killing Primmy. And lastly, we have Brim. Brim killed someone new hall, and he knows exactly where Primmy is for 2 kills of his teammates. So Brim doesn't have any reasons to wide swing or crouch peek or whatever. He just needs to swing normally because he knows Primmy is 1 HP, right? Most people, this is the most swing that's common amongst people. So here, with the context, we were able to know exactly how everyone would swing. So this is why Primmy's cross-up placement was so good in this situation, because he took advantage of the context. He knew exactly he was 1 HP. He knew they were all going to swing normally because he's 1 HP. Alright, this is like the general basis of what's possible in terms of context. So the first thing you want to ask yourself is, are they rushing or not? Do they know where you are? Or not. So if they are rushing you, but they don't know where you are, they will wide swing. If they are rushing you, but they know where you are, they will swing normally, just like in Primmy's clip. If they are not rushing you, and they don't know where you are, they will walk peek, / they will do the clearing, they will do a little step peek. The sound, or the abilities, will be able to confirm exactly which possibilities it can be. Now what I'll do is I'll play a deathmatch and I'll try to sort of say what the context is, and I'm gonna confirm it on the spot for you guys. And I want you guys to try to apply this in your own. He doesn't know where I'm at. He doesn't know where I'm at. He's gonna go wide. There you go. Here. He's holding. This guy's gonna swing normally. This guy's gonna swing normally. This guy's gonna swing normally as well. He doesn't. He knows. Look. See that? Since he knew he was gonna swing normally. Alright. He should know. Yeah, there you go. That's why he moved weird. He knows where I'm at. That's why he's gonna swing normally. There you go. Should be out wide here. He knows where I'm at. He's gonna swing normally. There we go. Every time. Every time. Same thing. I'm waiting for an example. They go wide, but it's rare. Look at this. I'm swing. So in the end, guys, it's all about you being ready. Once you're ready and you anticipate, you will have great results. And you should expect a lot of good things from yourself. So have great confidence, put in the work, and have a good day.
Don't worry about it. And then the ideal, again, is for this sky chamber, and come back to some of these positions. We have a chamber trap here out in mid on this hyper. It's just taking a look, not playing too aggressive in each of those areas. Sessions for this sky and this raise to be doesn't see anyone. Don't worry about it. And then you pushed up and be over on in each of them though. Okay, so for hyper as well, just kind of here what we're taking a little look. Definitely not playing to be a pure on A is you can't see the barrier. Is you're going to aim for the tip of this K, the right hand side of it, just there, but just above it up here, right? So you're going to be aiming for this. You're going to throw your Viper Orb, just a left click throw, and that's going to end up right there. And again, that's going to give you a kind of one way, I guess, but again, just to stop people from coming in, essentially, as they see this, no one's going to want to come in through this, right? If you're seeing here, you'll see that beat first, and you should be good to just go and kill them there. So that's going to be your Viper setup, just helping with the defensive market here, and obviously again playing very passive on A, just kind of waiting to use this wall for any flood retake, coming in, clearing some of these first angles before then pushing deeper on. And then the final round I have for you here is very fun, as you can kind of tell by what's going on in the map. We are aiming to do a kind of pinch here with the raise pushing up this way, 3 players pushing up this way, chamber out in mid as well. Essentially, this is a great play to run with a raise ult in particular, I think. And now let's dive into the details. Okay, let's start off with the Viper setup, and the first thing is you're just going to come up with your orb here and elbow by the barriers. That probably won't come in setup, and you should come in, stop people right there, and again, you're going to retake, good for flooding out onto the site, and then your orb, what you're going to do is, you can't see the barriers here, but sky flash out here, give that C-spark just on. And the idea to some of these positions, we have a chamber trap here out in mid as well, and I'll talk about the Viper setup in just a second, but the idea here is to get our chamber up on this angle, again, pushed up in B, and then obviously can TP away at any moment between mid and A main, just taking a look at what's going on in each of those areas, and your Viper as well, just kind of taking a little look, definitely not playing too aggressive though. Okay, so for our Viper setup here, what we're going to do is we're just going to look at what's going on in each of those areas. purely retake wall, right? That's good for retake is there. You're going to come up to the left-hand side there, but just okay, just there, and that's going to end just stop people from this right now. So that's going to be on A on these first angles, but kind of tell by what's going on in the map. We are aiming to do a kind of pinch here with the Rays pushing up this way, 3 players pushing up this way, Chamber out in mid as well. Essentially, this is a great play to run with a Rays ult in particular, I think. And now let's dive into the details. Okay, let's start off with the Viper setup, and the first thing is you're just going to come up with your orb here and elbow by the barriers. That probably won't come into the round, but you know, you're not going to use your orb any other way, so don't really worry about it too much. And your wall is going to cut across mid like this from any into the details. Okay. Play to run with the probably too much start you win is the when off this window straight away, and you're gonna aim to send a snake bite through this window, bouncing off this window. It might not land perfectly here, right? Don't worry about it. The point is that when the opponents are here and they hear a raise coming at them with Razel, they are just going to run and jump away, and will probably run into any snakebite that is in here anyway, right? Because they'll just be thinking about the Razel. and then flash out here to over here, jump around this corner over here towards this house, and then again get on your bike and get ready to just take this fight. Anyone over here in this corner and sees that 5 people are just already here in a lobby, that is when obviously you come back. You and Viper don't get too aggressive, and then you just walk back. For Sky here, you're just going to be sending the dog in straight away here, and you know, stunning anyone in here who hopefully then will get caught by a raise ult or just die to the people flooding behind it. For Chamber, you're going to put your trap over here towards B main, and you're going to put your TP out here in mid, and your goal is, as the wall is coming up, you're just going to be waiting to see if anyone comes speed to fight anyone in raise. It's going to be raise nade down here, on in here, blast back, ult, blast back, and coming and trying to kill anyone in here. Obviously, you know, just fire it off and see what goes on. Obviously, Obviously, the nade will have come out here and hopefully stop them from swinging that side. And now you'll be out here. Your chamber hopefully will be up and supporting you as well. And you should be able to see your teammates coming around this corner any second.
Here's 3 more tips I wish someone told me when I started playing Valorant. First, you should never save on pistol. I know not every retake is winnable and you won't always have time to defuse, but if you have a pistol, you have to die to the spike. Might sound weird, but it has to do with the economy. If you live and let the spike explode, you only get 1k loss reward, whereas dying grants you 1900. Saving leaves you in an awkward spot where you'll be strapping for cash at 1000 credits, while your teammates have even double that. Even if you are a KD warrior, deaths by spike don't count, so hug that black sphere. Second, change the radar settings. With default settings, you only see like half the map, which is awful if your teammates aren't great communicators.
Down here, blast back, ult, blast back, and coming and trying to kill anyone in here. Obviously, you know, just fire it off and see what goes on. Obviously, the nade will have come out here and hopefully stop them from swinging that side. And now you'll be out here. Your chamber hopefully will be up and supporting you as well. And you should be able to see your teammates coming around this corner. So today I'll be doing the split Sage and Cypher. Now, this is not the meta comp, and on a lot of my other guides, I've basically just given you, kind of what is the pro meta comp right now, and kind of talked about it like that. This is not the pro meta comp, of choice right now, but I've picked this for a couple reasons. One, I feel like a lot of you will probably feel pretty confident in using Sage on this map. A lot of you, I'm trying to make this obviously for everyone essentially, and I know that for a lot of you, you will have just always played Sage on Split, and so therefore, this is a way of getting Sage into Split, and it's still a comp that, some pro teams do use, and I just found, by all means, a little uncomfortable without playing. In terms of alternatives for the comp, that we'll be playing, I would say things, it will jump into the defensive default setup is going to look like, or something like this. A one, you've got setup as only here in B main. Now, with the Omen changes that were made, quite a while back at this point. One ways have got harder to do, but you simply must learn how to do this one way, right? You must learn how to do it. It is just that simple. But you also have to be careful, and I'm not sure if I can actually replicate this or not, but there are certain parts, if we actually you just come to it like this. You'll see it in a second. There are certain parts of this place, like there's multiple places where you can put this one way, right? You can put it raise nade down here. Just there, as you can see, but some of them fall down. I'm not quite sure why. I think this one might fall down. No, that one stayed up. In certain positions, certain ones fall down. I don't really know why that is, but just know that that is the case. That sometimes you'll get a ones fall down. Put it just there. Just of this Omen here in towards B main, which you will be doing. Our default setup is going to look like, or something like this. Where we've got Omen over here, kind of. You just come to it. This is where you next one day, you need to know really to be able to throw this from, you know, quite far back. And as I said, there's quite a few. Okay, our second setup here is going to be a heavy B main setup, and there's different variations of this, but this might be like the most basic one, where towards A we're basically doing the same stuff we just talked about, and same for Sage here in towards mid as well, right? You might do either early on to out to one way up, and then just get this crossfire going, and just heavy control B main. Now, I would recommend you do a setup like this, or maybe even a more extreme version of it, right? Maybe even a version of it where, you know, the Sage is here as well, and we're also throwing like a Sage slowdown here as well. I suggest you do this early on in the half. The reason that we want to do this early on in the half, at least once, but maybe even multiple times towards the start of our defensive half, is because we want to make it seem like we are heavily defending B main. Right, and the reason that we want to do that is because it's going to make this one way seem more threatening than it is, right? Because later on in some of our other setups, our Omen might be back here, right? Again, throwing this one way, and there might be nothing behind it. But if we have early on conditioned them that, oh, well, you try and come B main, you're in a lot of trouble, right? That's going to make them think like, oh, don't test this one way, right? Because there's actually 3 people there. When in fact, there's no one there. Cross as well. Jet in towards kind of vents area, just here, watching mid, potentially winning somewhere to whatever. Maybe bring the Sage across as B main, utility towards B, and our Sage is actually towards A. So let's see, there's a couple different here. Camera, just on, just quite an effective one. You can also use it. You can also sort of the first one that a lot of people, you know, won't expect and maybe won't destroy, because particularly in like higher rank games, you know, people will get used to destroying that one, but not so much up Okay, our next setup is going to look something like this. So again, we're going to have any of those cipher setups over towards B, whatever you like. And our Sage is going to be doing similar to what she was in the first kind of examples, where either the wall is coming in towards mid or in towards B heaven just here as well. But then these three are going to get aggressive towards A main. So what you might do early on here, and this can be a very good setup if you have your result in particular, is, you might send a boombot out here first just to see if anyone's there, right? If this boombot doesn't see anything, maybe then, you just pivot off it, you go back, right? You start to rotate over towards mid and just leave like one person here. That can be fine. Let's say the boombot does take contact though. That's when you're going to go crazy. You might start throwing raise nades, you might start satcheling out, get the razor online, and really just go for it, right, and get those kills, right? Whilst that's going on as well, we also want to omen flash them. So it might look something like this, right? We've sent out the boombot first, and that's managed to find, some people out towards here. And then straight away, as soon as that boombot goes off, it's flash from the omen out this way, right? Flashing them just there from this kind of position. Maybe a jet dashes across, the raid satchels, the raise ults, right? We go at them, we kill them, right? Maybe good to use with jet knives as well and get up in the air, right, around here and just really dominate A main. And then again, they either get pushed back or maybe it was just one person that we've managed to kill. And again, then we've got all of this control. We could go for a flank if they kind of, see what's going on. But potentially we don't have to either. Also, we can do this setup with the Sage rather than the Jet, right? So we might bring our Sage across instead and put the Jet in towards mid. This will be a good setup if, again, we have that Jet up online, right? So for this kind of setup, if we do have the Jet, let's say in vents, just looking down here towards mid, you might, have a Cypher trip over towards heaven just here with setup. Okay, for our next setup here, we've got the Cypher is back over towards A, doing any of those kind of setups. Raise here, I might want to go for a raise nade. C, then the raise knows whether it's full as a combo as B main. And the idea, what I would suggest here again, is going for this kind of 3-player setup towards B, where your omen maybe into the map. This is the one for a bit, then knock the settled here. The idea is just that, no one is getting through that one-way and Sage slow at the start of a round, and then your op, you can just leave, and the Sage can fast rotate across here, and then again, potentially just put the wall up here in heaven, and your omen then can rotate towards A, and, you can just have this kind of setup here. Again, maybe you want to go for a trip in towards vents, if, they do fast go towards vents or whatever reason, right? And you end up with this setup where you've got an op here, you've got the Sage wall there, you've got 3 players towards A, and you're feeling very confident about where you are, right? So this again is another great little setup for, just having the whole map essentially being a problem for your opponents. Okay, and for our final setup, we're going to talk about Jet opping over towards A. Now, here's the thing. If they don't have a Cypher or Viper, or if they're not doing some kind of, smoke block off here towards A main and towards ramp, then you need to be abusing that with an op, okay? Because if you're all the way back here, this is a free kill. Like, this is just free. I mean, it's free multiple kills potentially, right? Whether you're back here or maybe back towards kind of the pillar, this is free, right? If they're not blocking this off, this is free. And you should be abusing this whenever you can, with an op in these kind of angles, if they're not, effectively smoking you or flashing you off the angle. So yeah, do that a lot. If they are smart and, they are blocking this off with Cypher cages or, Viper walls or whatever it is, right? And they are doing that, then you might need to get a bit aggressive and end up kind of, on an angle like this instead. And we'll talk about how we're going to get you set up in this kind of angle. Okay, probably the best way of doing it is to actually almost fake like we're doing that aggressive setup that we did with the Omen. So our Cypher will be out towards B, and we might end up with a map that looks something like this. But again, we can do this boombot and nade, and again, this is why, you know, doing some of those setups where you were aggressive early, you can then start to fake it, right? Where we do this boombot, and then, you know, if the boombot sees someone, we throw a nade, right? And then it looks like, oh, last time they did this, right? They got very aggressive on us and they pushed out. That might make them scared, which might give us the time to get this off, you know, just walk down here and getting very aggressive on this angle, right? So you can see how we're using other setups to get set up. For this one, you also might bring the sage over here instead as well, right? And send that slow out again. It can be very useful out here as well, just to get the op.
Here. Here. Wall raised. Wall raised.
Here are 3 easy walls that you can use on split. Say hello to our assistant Sage. The first one is a diagonal wall for A main. Make sure that both sides are touching, and if you run over to screens, you should be able to see a perfect headshot angle just like this. Now as you can see, if anybody tries to cross, you can shoot them just like this. And from the other side, keep in mind that they can only see your head as well, so if you don't have a good shot, maybe don't use this wall. The next wall is for ramps. If you throw a diagonal wall right here and you leave a little opening at the bottom, you can line this up with the box. You can shoot anybody who tries to cross just like this. As you can see their feet perfectly clear and they can't see you at all, so you can shoot them just like this. And from the other side, here's what it looks like. You're not able to jump on top of this box, but you are able to get shot just like this. And the last wall, if you're attacking from A main, keep in mind that you can throw a straight wall right here and it will boost you right into heaven, and you can shoot anybody defending ramps just like this. Thank you.
Wall raised.
Walked up into this angle, and then as soon as the op's there, you can essentially just leave. Okay, and then our last setup here is going to be a very, very interesting one. A little trap setup for you. So for this, as Cypher, you're going to come and put your 2 trips in pretty normal positions, right? Nothing too fancy there, but then you're going to come and put a camera up in here towards vents, right? So you're going to put a camera something like this. The point of this camera, again, is that it sees the feet of people walking up mid just here, and this is when we spring the trap, right? So they're not going to be suspecting us just here, and then as soon as we see these feet, that's when we're going to spring this trap. So what this is going to be is it's going to be your Omen here is going to send out a flash, right? So you're going to flash down from kind of towards vents just here, you know, towards, and just lands the idea. And here, this guy flying over towards B main and seeing what could be a good pistol round. Basically just playing coming towards. On this utility, then you can come in the nade, but it's probably what you might want to do there. Basically just put up your sage wall across mid, and then you can use it to just fast rotate to wherever is needed, because you should know that mid is only going to be used for a lurk at that point, so this wall is going to stop any lurk for quite a bit of time, and you can just flood to whichever site they are actually going to, right, and get there very, very fast as well. Now, when it comes to retaking on split, and this is going to be true of both sites here, I'll just talk about in generals because, again, retakes can take all different forms and sizes. But in general, when you've lost Heaven control, you simply must retake it, right? You are not going to do well by flooding all the way out here, all of your team, right? Obviously, if it's a... But, you know, coming out this way first, unless being good luck. Again, good luck against this crossfire. It's simply not going to happen. Now, if you do take control of Heaven, or maybe you never lost control of Heaven, particularly towards this A site, and you know your opponents have just come in here, and maybe your Cypher was playing in Heaven for kill trips and whatnot, right? That is actually perfectly fine to do, because then what you can do as a retake, if you still own all of this space, is now when they plant the spike, you can retake from 3 different angles, right? If you can come down here and start to retake this space as well, down ramp, and come towards the A site this way, you know, you're coming from 3 different angles and different elevations as well. That's going to be tough for the people in here, right? If that's the only space that they've got. And so, you know, playing for retake on A, I think is perfectly acceptable. Less acceptable maybe for B, as it can be a bit trickier to retake this site at times, and so you might want someone to at least try and get some kills as they're coming in towards B. But if you have to, that's, you know, don't worry about it too much. But particularly on this A site, if you can stop them, and particularly if they don't know what they're doing in post plants and all stay on the site, and you notice that, right, that they commonly have, you know, all 5 players here on the site, or everyone who's alive is on the site, then yeah, play for retake on this A site and come and, you know, barrage them from different directions, and you will destroy them most of the time as long as you can hit your shots. Just be careful though when you are retaking, because split is a map where, you know, reflanks from mid can be very, very common, right? People staying in towards this area for the attackers, okay, and then our last setup here is going to be a very, very interesting one. A little trap setup for you. So for this, as Cypher, I'm going to come and put it like this. Just here, and then as soon as we is going to be flash down from kind of towards vents just here. You know, to Warner and just so the Cypher camera and kind of fighting over. Got just these double here set up, and you know, hopefully, if no one comes, lurk at that point, whichever side they, and then you can use it to just fast rotate to where wherever is needed, because you should know that mid is only going to be used for a lurk at that point, so this wall is going to stop any lurk for quite a bit of do instead is instead of going for the kind of trap there, basically just put up your sage wall across mid, and then you can use it flash them. So it might look something like this, right? We've sent out the boombot first, and that's managed to find the yeoman out. They either get pushed back, or maybe it was just one person that we've managed to kill. And again, then we've got all of this control. We could go for a flank if they kind of... Okay, our next setup is going to look something like this. So again, we're going to have any of those Cypher setups over towards B, whatever you like. And our Sage is going to be doing similar to what she was in the first kind of examples, where either the wall is coming in towards mid or in towards B heaven just here as well. But then these three are going to get aggressive. But now let's talk about the rest of the team. And to start off with, I'm just going to tell you the basic fundamental principle of this comp before we get into any defaults or execs or anything like that. Just the basics of this comp and these four agents. Okay, because here's what this is going to look like on the attack side. Okay, and so now let's talk about that attack side and what you are going to be doing. So let's start with some defaults, but first I'm going to focus on Cypher because you, Cypher, are going to be out here towards A most rounds, if not every single round, and I'll show you the setup that you are going to be throwing most, if not all, of the time. So let's talk about this Cypher setup over towards A. And what you're going to do probably before the round starts is you're just going to put a trip there pretty much every round. You might as well. And you're pretty much going to throw this setup every single round, or at least one kind of variation of it, because what you're going to do is you're going to come on top of this box and you're going to find the middle of this just here. It's kind of towards the middle of the pattern here on the rocks. It doesn't have to be completely perfect, but you know, just anywhere kind of towards the middle. You're going to look for this umbrella here and just kind of towards the bottom there of that umbrella, and then you're just going to do a jumping throw like so, and that's going to land in towards A main. And then you're going to look towards the top of this just here. This one's going to be a non-jumping throw, so just a normal throw, and you're going to send that out there, and that's going to give you this setup. And what that's going to look like when you detonate both cages is that people from ramp cannot see what's going on, and people from A main cannot see what's going on. And you're going to put this setup up at different times in a round, right? Sometimes it might be straight away, sometimes it might be very late in the round. And the point is, when you put this setup up, is that they're not going to know. This could be 0 people behind it, right? You could be about to do a full 5-man B-exec and you put up these cages, but they don't know that, right? Or you could be just kind of lurking up on your own, right, with these cages. And it's just you here, but they don't know that. Or it could be full 5 people, and that's the power of these cages, right? And this is how we're going to use them, is we're going to confuse them with how many people are actually behind those cages. I don't know. So people are going to have to stay here, but also they're not just going to straight rotate because it might just be no one, right? And that's the whole point of this setup. Now, cameras that you can throw with this as well. It's going to be a couple different cameras you can throw with this setup. One is just kind of in towards just this thing just there, putting a camera like this. You can actually start to see a bit towards heaven if you angle it kind of towards the far side of it just here. So I'll show you if I'm in heaven just here, you can just see the top of people's heads just there, and obviously you can see out towards ramp and what's going on. So a nice little camera just there. The second camera that you're going to throw commonly as well is just going to be up towards kind of below the giraffe here, right? Just something like that, that again sees down towards A main just there and what's going on. And then this third camera is a little tricky, so you might want to get into a custom game and just practice it, because you need to kind of be strafing to the right as you kind of throw it. You're just going to be on your little box here, right, and you're going to do a running jumping throw, kind of strafing to the right as you saw just there, and it's going to get the camera out here, which just gives you a bit of a different angle, right, again. here as well, right? Something like that. And you know, now you can even cross this way and really start to pinch in on these players. Kind of depends on what you feel like the timing is, right? How many people are still around, and you can just pivot back. Right, is that we always need 2 people coming down here at the same time. Okay, what I would suggest, the easiest way of doing it is if one of you kind of follows down the rope this way, right, and comes down kind of, you know, and drops down at a normal kind of angle, and the other one of you jumps this way, right? That's going to create a problem if anyone is in here, right? Because they're going to have to aim there and there, right, which they can't do at the same time. So make sure that we're dropping down together, at least as a duo, to try and deal with anyone. If anyone is staying in here towards vents, we should be able to at least go 1 for 1 if we enter vent like that. So if we have got to this point where we have started to pinch on heaven, our omen should be rotating back towards A main. Their job will probably be to get to A main as soon as they can, and then if there are still people alive on the back site, then they're in a good position to flash from here, and they're going to come in this way whilst everyone else is either flooding from maybe CT if we've gone for that deep wall, or from heaven, and you know, we're just cascading on these players just here, and then we're dashing in and we're absolutely obliterating them. But let's say we've got to this point, but now we want to go to B instead. We don't like what we're seeing at A. Our Cypher hasn't got much control, and they're, you know, pushed all the way back, and they've used their Cypher cages and whatever. And so we want to go to B instead. The smoke has started to fade. Now what? Well, our Omen is going to come back over towards this spot here and go for this flash just here. So you've used the flash, you're now going to dash in behind this and take this space. You might want to use a raise nade up in here as well if you've still got it, right? So a flash like that, you might jet smoke in here and dash up just in here. So you've now flashed in, you now dash in behind it, you use the nade, in you come, away back. A decision like then you can come back towards B main and, well, again, aggressive and do this. If I feel it's necessary, then that is an option that we have, you know, going for us. But if not, that's perfectly fine as well. And you know, you don't have to do that. It's pretty aggressive play, so just putting up a wall like that, nice and simple. And now you're flooding into the site. And again, if you haven't had to use that nade just yet, then sending a slow nade, if you've still got it, over towards this can be very, very effective, right? A nade in here with a slow like that, very, very effective if you haven't used it just yet. And then you're going to be, you know, cascading onto this B site and hopefully, you know, just destroying them again. And so for Omen, here's what it's going to look like. Like overall as a round, you're going to start off with a smoke here in towards kind of you know, the B heaven or towards vents, either one. Again, depends on exactly what you want to do of the map. Okay, so let's start off with our first default here, and this is again, we're not taking this Omen just here. This up if you right, you know, play in vents a lot, sometimes that means that smoking off, and you can mix it up as well. Just make sure that that's as a trio together here and find this here. Now, as in towards vents here, right? So we're going to send the boombot and see if anyone is into actually towards vents. Make sure that we're not sending this boombot at too tight of an angle. So if we send in the boombot from like this kind of angle here, it's not going to clear this close corner, right? So we needed to clear that close corner. So make sure that we're sending it at a, you know, a tight enough angle to where it will clear that angle. Now, the boombot might see someone and you then might throw a nade at them, or it might see no one, right? And then you might come and just take this early control just here and see what's going on. And you're going to end up in this kind of position. And again, your cipher might have done different things. Your cipher might be up here. Your cipher might be up here. Your cipher might be back here, right? And again, that's going to come into your decision making as well. How far has your cipher gotten up, right? If your cipher is all the way up here, or maybe even all the way up here, right? Then that's going to make this one up, right? Too tight. If anyone is into actually towards vents, this kind of. Now the boombot and just take this kind of position. It might be up here. Your how far, right? Then that's going to and then get towards the site. Going B is the better be main, but now I'll show you the different kind of branches that you can go off. So let's say we are going to come in towards a And for this, we probably want our cipher at least kind of towards tucked up here. We don't want our cipher all the way back here if we're coming in towards vents, or at least not, you know, early on here if we are going to do this split. If our cipher, so for the sage, that might look something like this, where we're throwing this slow, go off. So let's say we are going to come in towards A, and for this, we probably want our cipher at least kind of towards tucked up here. We don't want our cipher all the way back here if we're coming in towards vents, or at least not, you know, early on here if we are going to do this split. If our cipher is back here, but we do feel like we don't want to go B for back up and come here, not use the cage setups, then you back here at any that in a second. So that's one option you've got. If these sites group up A, their camera hasn't been destroyed as well, setups, then you can feel free to come back here, particularly if their camera hasn't been destroyed as well. Feel free to come back here at any point, right? And just group up A, and then you can just put the cages up, and we'll talk about that in a second. So that's one option you've got if these cipher cages haven't been used. Used, then you can always just, you know, pivot back A and then just go A if you want to. If the cipher cages have been used, then that's going to not be as attractive as an option, and we might be back in towards mid, and then we have this option. So let's say we're coming towards A, our cipher is somewhat pushed up here, they've used their cages, then we can start to come towards vents here, and we have a couple different options, right? So as we're coming up towards the vents and we get up there, we're going to go for a nade, right? Or if we haven't used it just yet, and our sage slow in here towards heaven, right? And we're going to try and pinch on these players in towards ramp if they're anywhere in here, or if they're in towards heaven, we're swinging from the cipher back here, and we're coming up the ropes at the same time, hoping to kill anyone we can in this kind of area. So for the sage, that might look something like this, where we're throwing this slow, away we go, we're pairing that with a nade, you know, we're killing anyone who's in here, right? And then we can do this kind of wall. So you can do a wall just across here that essentially you can now jump on top of, but they can't, right? So you can use this way, and hopefully it kind of depends on what you feel you've managed to face. Got a bit ahead of myself just for a second. That is that we always need two people coming. We kind of follow. Our Omen should be rotating back towards A alive on the back side, then they're in a good position to flash from here, and they're or from heaven, and we're absolutely instead we obliterating them. Heaven, and you know, no one else is either flooding from maybe CT if we've gone for that deep wall, or from heaven, and you know, we're just cascading on these players just here, and then we're dashing in, and we're absolutely absolutely obliterating them. But let's say we've got to this plan. And at Sage here, you're coming up to the site. Okay, if we want to... And so for Omen, here's what it's going to look like overall as a site. Okay, if we want to do a B main kind of default here, what we're going to start off with is the Sage Slow just in here, right? The Sage Slow is just going to put a lot of pressure on we'll get into. So you might start off with something that looks a bit like this. You've got your Omen, Ray, don't worry about it. He's just push out of mid. You're not actually pushing out of mid in there, and as well to get to this box. And you can use want to then go back and take it. Couple options, you go towards B, and again your Cypher can just be kind of a late lurk on this one in towards kind of the deep part of mid just there and come back here. That's perfectly fine. Also, yeah, nice little trick if you can, you know, put up these Cypher cages like, you know, about 5 seconds, and perfectly fine to do. Now you've got this smoking off as well. For this one we might just start with the Sage over towards, like you might be going come back and just kind of, but basically your draw different because A main, right? One to need to escape if we need as well that kill. Now for the kind of sewer promo flash kind of aiming just there is going to catch a lot of people towards here for your duelist to then take care of essentially. And then what you're going to do is again just be checking that no one is coming out here towards mid. You might want to throw. Okay, now let's look at some of our assume that we've already got the B main. Say we're going for a full B main exec. So at this point, let's presume that we've already got the B main control. So you can use this, you know, like I showed you before with the Sage, the Raise, and the Omen, right? You send a slow in here, you TP across, right? You swing together. Like that can be the way you take B main, and you're ready to do this. You actually get at trying to find any kills. Got to this. I've seen an opponent, right, either jiggle picking like that way or this way. You know, what we're going to do is we could send in a slow, you know, towards kind of that way or that way and pair it with a nade, right? If you've seen someone, you know, pair this up. If not, then, you know, just pick a side essentially and just throw your nade and a slow that way. And then we're just going to go for the good old fashioned wall just here, you know, putting it across there and running in. Now, once you put up this wall, always check this corner. That will be part of your duelist job as well to peek it for you. But, you know, make sure that you are, you know, ready to swing on anyone here because, again, we're safe from all of this. So we needn't worry, essentially, about all of that. As our jet here, we're going to aim to try and get on top of this pillar just there, right? So it might look something like, you know, smoke on top of it just like that. I didn't activate my dash, sorry. And then we're going to updraft and dash in towards this smoke. And obviously the smoke will be somewhere like this. And we're going to end on top of this pillar. And then you can, you know, drop down as you wish. Or if someone is back here, right, and you're on top of this, then what you can do, obviously, is just spray them down from this kind of angle. And then, you know, work your way through the rest of the site as you come through rafters here with your raids hopefully below you. And as the raise, you're just going to blast back in along the ground here. So that we cross the floor just here, or anyone close left going on heaven, right? This is the then in with, but we're not, right, because our jet here, right? They're not gonna. You've had to smoke, flash, and play post plan. Now, when we're doing our full A exec, we're always waiting for the cages, right? The cages go towards the A site. So we're waiting for this kind of setup here. The opponents have no idea that we're here, and then we're hitting that go button ready to come towards the A site. Now for jet here, what that's going to look like is you're going to activate your dash. You're going to curve your smoke around like that up to heaven. And then you're going to updraft dash into the smoke just here. And then you should be able to clear out anyone just here very easily. If anyone tries to swing out on heaven on you, you can battle them up here. And then you've got a good, nice angle as well for clearing back some of these angles back towards the site. And then you can help your raise potentially. Now for raise, what you're going to make sure no one, this I might be able to, but I'm sure many try and just, you know, pinching on elbow is the final kind of part of it with the jet coming through the other side. Your nade should hopefully stop people pushing out of CT, or at least, you know, make them push out But let's say we've got to this much control and we want to go to back over to hash. You're now going to, as well, if you've just in here, so you are behind, go for this. Now what? Well, their cipher cage, seeing it, our cipher hasn't got much control and they're, pushed all the way back and they've used their cipher cages. Omen is going to come here. So you might want to use a raise, like jet smoke in here and dash nade up in here as dash up. Use the nade, in you come. Cipher at this point, Cipher at this point should be on their way back as well, coming back. Back towards, if you've mid and you're going to be main, and we can jump on top of it, but they can't, right? So I can come back here, and if I want to get really a wall, well, again, towards B main, and what you can do is you can do a wall something like that, right? Why is this